Hello everybody and welcome back to the Kerbal Space Program live stream. Today we are going to finish where I left off earlier this morning. We got kind of blocked by some technical difficulties, but I think I have resolved them, so we should be able to proceed as we originally had planned. Where we left off, I was doing a research and development contract. I think it's still active. Yes. Haul the RT-10 Hammer solid fuel booster into flight above Kerbal, and it was during that mission that my game fully crashed and we had to move on, so we're going to continue that now. Now, what I was doing for that mission is I had my Providine core here, and then we put a hammer on it directly with no fuel to keep it light. Originally, I'd gone with the Thumper solid rocket booster, but I don't think that's going to be the right answer. I think we need to do liquid to keep it controllable. Otherwise, it's just going to be too difficult. So, I'm doing 3 large liquid tanks and the swivel liquid engine. That gets us plenty of thrust weight ratio, and delta P should absolutely get us to where we need to go. And then I'm going to put some basic fins on this just to keep the center of lift nice and low. We're also gonna throw a fairing over the probe so that I don't have to worry about that, and that should be it for our probe launcher. So let's launch this rocket and see if we can get the rather tight parameters that this orbit requires. All right, on the launch pad, let's get this set up, and we need to reach 33,000 to 39,000 meters at 330 to 480 meters per second. That should be plenty doable, so we'll go ahead and launch. I'm going to throttle down, actually. I don't have any SAS with this probe body, so I'm going to fly it manual. But as we go faster and faster, our fins should help stabilize us and keep us pointed in the right direction. Now, I'm trying not to accelerate too quickly. Just try to get up off the ground here. We can pitch over a little bit. Start pointing us generally the direction we want to go. And total flip around. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay. And no, we've lost it. Okay, revert flight. Revert to vehicle assembly. We're going to boost our fins up a little bit here, because these ones don't seem to cut it. We do have larger fins. I was hoping not to have to use these winglets, but appears as though we must. Alright, let's try it now. This time we will give it a little bit more gas right out of the gate. And I'm just going to let this go straight up. Now we'll start throttling down. And it's still somehow aerodynamically unstable. With those giant winglets, it is still somehow aerodynamically unstable. Come on, hold on. How? Ah! It's all the way back here! My center of mass is super low. Do I need something? Is it because it's just so empty up at the top? Do I need something heavy up here? Would you behave better if I put some fuel in you? Let's try it with fuel. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it wants to have some fuel in it. Maybe. Who knows at this point? All right. Straight up. Going straight up. We're going straight up. We're going straight up. We're going straight up. Straight up. Straight up. Straight and up. There we go. Alright. Let's throttle down here. As we approach our target altitude, what's nice about this, because we're using the liquid rocket instead of just trying to put a solid rocket motor on there and guess, is that I can control my thrust. Alright, successfully completed the contract. And we're just going to burn to throw it out into the ocean, and that'll be it. I thought there was a way. Oh, okay. I have to follow this through to the ground? Alright, fine. But we're gonna get there fast! Maybe not. Yeah, we did get there fast. Alright. Maybe we'll break up here. Nah, we're still not going fast enough. Okay, that's fine. Rocket Scientist 102. Haha, I know the feeling of fins too. I know, it's freaking ridiculous sometimes. Not trying to save any of this. This is relatively cheap. Yep. We successfully did the thing. We got the contract done. And I just realized my chat is in the middle of my screen for some reason. Well, let's put you back over here, silly guy. There we go. Alright. Now that we've gotten that out of the way. Size 1.5 decoupler at the launch site. Yeah. We'll do that for sure. We do have 315,000, so we can upgrade some stuff. That's 150. That's 100. That's 300, 450, 450, 150. This would let us EVA in flight, which I think we want. And we can also plant flags. 300, 902 for the R&D upgrade. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of money. Okay. Okay. Let's just do this quick contract. Quick contract, and then we'll try and do a flyby of the moon. We need electrics. So that's going to be the thing we're working towards. Let's ditch that. We're actually going to do this. I'm going to put some science on this one because we've not yet collected pad science. And I want to collect our pad science. And then coupling. Size 1.5 decoupler. Launch. So we'll activate this decoupler real quick. We'll do the science. We'll call it good. That'll be it. That'll be it. It'll be a very simple, quick mission. Keep. And then just activate it, right? Activate it through stages. Boom. Done. Recover the vessel. So that gives us 4.5 science points and another completed contract, which is great. So we're at 23 science. That's great. That's great. What else we got? Test the BACC Thumper solid fuel booster in flight over Kerbal. And we basically need to be stationary and at the edge of the atmosphere. That's cool. Landed at Kerbal TS-12 stack separator. Same deal as that other contract. Sure, we'll do that. And then the TD-25 decoupler in a large orbit. Not going to do that. All right, we'll do this one real quick too. I'm just trying to knock out these super simple contracts because they pay a little bit of money and it costs me virtually nothing. Let's see, it was the TS-12 stack separator. Coupling, TS-12 stack separator. Launch. Hit space, save and recover craft. That's all we got to do. Watch, ready? Speed run contract. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, done. That was it. Real quick. Real quick contracts. Quick money. Easy money. Next. Next up. Mark 16 extra large parachute and flight over Kerbal. That's the big parachute. I don't know if I want to do that. Flee. Activate the fleet. Already way out there in orbit. I don't know. Alright, let's look at our tracking station. So we've got the moon right there. We want to get to that. We need to do a flyby. I don't have electrics, though, which is 90 science points. It's so many science points to do electrics, which is ridiculous. Look, because we need batteries and we need solar panels to get out that far. We just need them. There's not any other way we're going to do it. And that's 90 science points. So we're going to have to do another science expedition type mission in order to accomplish that. It's the only way realistic we can get this done. How are we going to do that? Well, we've got different biomes we can go to. So let's open up our... yeah, this one. The Mark V science plane. Now, this one has scientific experiments on board, which is good. And what I'm going to do, we're going to do 2 of those, and we're going to do the science experiment control storage unit thing. I'm going to put this bad boy down here on the bottom. Right there. So now we can store our science experiments there. Also, the Science Junior. Now, let me look at our characteristics. That should be fine. I see no reason for that to fail us. So we should be good to go. We are going to fly with an actual pilot. Jebediah Kerman, our only pilot. Oh, how many parts are we at? 31. We were at 31 parts on the nose, of course. Okay, here's how we can cut down on parts. I'm using these. Let's get rid of those. Let's get rid of those. Aerodynamics, tail fin. There we go. Now we have 29 out of 30. Now these, a little bit more like fighter tail fins. We'll turn them roll off. Then they should be good to go. That puts us under the part count. We'll save this, override it, launch. Do a quick test flight. Make sure that we can fly this without dying. That is always the challenge, is not dying. And with the difficulty set as it is, death is permanent. So, spool up our engines. Turn that down. That's high volume. Okay, let's try that again, but this time not break the back of the plane off. There we go. That's better. Alright, so we're in the air. And we need to fly pretty far, honestly. There's the desert biome kind of to the west. I think that's the direction we want to start traveling in. So let's head that way. Now that's worth 10. Which is pretty good, as is. We may just keep that. Yeah, we'll keep it for now. I'm going to get these set up in such a way, like that. So I can just have these up in the top left-hand corner, and we can call on them whenever we need them. And we're just going to cruise. Let me turn the game volume way down here, though. There we go. There we go. That's a little better. All right, so we're cruising. Nothing really of note going on until we get across this ocean to the deserts over here. That's where our goal is right now. We're going to fly over here. There is the highlands, which I guess I can do a crew report on. I should have brought an antenna, you know? That would have been good. Oh well. Oh, we've already done that experiment? Okay, well. Have we done a crew report over the mountains? There we go. So we've done that. Let's collect the data so I can do another crew report. And yeah, I can do another crew report. Perfect. So that works as intended. Now, there's obviously the North Pole and the South Pole that I can fly to as well. But mountains, grasslands, highlands, shores, the poles, and the desert are the biomes that I know. Nice plane. Thank you. Yeah, it's a very basic starter plane, but she should fly exactly how we need her to. We're not doing any contracts right now. The only contract we have open is to fly a vessel anywhere nearby the moon. You know, maybe we could do a moonshot mission if we put the probe to sleep, basically. And put it in hibernate mode to conserve battery. But it just... the probe itself has so little battery is the problem. Alright. We are holding pretty true and steady here. We are slowing down a little bit, so I'm going to pitch down, pick up some airspeed as we descend. There we go, that's a little better. Now, oh, there we go. We're in the deserts. Okay. This is the desert biome right here. So let's log temperature. Keep log pressure data. Reset. Doesn't matter. Observe mystery goo. I don't think this one matters either. No. Reset. So you've got a little bit of data right there. Collect all. Now, the next thing to do is land, which is the part that scares me. Let's transfer data. No. Can't. Okay. Well, we're going to fall for a little bit here. I'm going to rapidly descend in altitude at a 30-degree dive. Slightly rolling over here. All right. Start looking for a place to land. Not the best terrain. throttle back up. It is still rather hilly, so hopefully we can brake in an efficient manner here. Yeah, I know, but the early landing gear that you unlock in this game is so bad. It's so bad. I'm trying to come in real gentle here and try and find like a really nice level spot. I think this is going to be it for us. Lost one wheel. Drogue chutes are out. Brakes are applied. I think we'll land. Yep. Alright. Log temperature. Log pressure. Do a crew report. Observe the mystery goo. Collect all. So we have 8 experiments, and we'll recover the vessel. That's all we're going to do for that flight. Since we broke a landing gear, I don't want to do a whole lot more. But yes, another happy landing. Any landing that doesn't cost me a Kerbal is a successful landing. And that did get us to 49 science, so 49.2, almost 50. So really, we just need another 41 science points to go to get us the rest of the way. And those little flights don't cost us much money. They just cost us a little bit of time, a little bit of risk. So, here's my thought. Let's leave. Here's my thought. Astronaut complex. Kerbals can perform EVAs and place flags. Upgrade. Now, that cuts down a lot of our money. But we can go to the vehicle assembly building now, and we can build ourselves a rocket and get a Kerbal in orbit to do an EVA. That's my plan. So let's start with our command pod. And then we will do for our fuel tanks, one big ol' upper stage. We'll also do a heat shield and the coupler. Then that. Then we're going to use a Terrier, because it's a good engine. It's a really, really good engine. And we'll see, when we go here to vacuum, 2350 meters per second delta V is a lot to work with, which is great. Utility, throw our parachute on. That should do us. Now, for communications, let's go ahead and buy the Communitron. I'm not going to use it for this mission, but we'll have it on hand. Let's see. Coupling. There we go. Now, I'm going to throw down 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 maybe? What kind of delta V is that going to get us? I mean, that honestly, that rocket, this rocket alone should get to space just fine. Right? We'll throw some fins on it for some additional stability. But we've got a experienced, seasoned pilot on this mission. He should have no issue getting up there to space. KSP Orbiter 2. Yes. Save. So we've got Orbiter 1, which was a janky thing. Orbiter 2, much more streamlined with these fuel tanks. Let's make this one white, this one white, and this one white. Black on the bottom. This one can be white as well. Okay. Save it. Launch it. Why not the sphere one? You mean the sphere probe? Because we want a manned mission for this. Because here's my plan. We're going to take Jebediah. We're going to put him in orbit around Kerbin again. He loves it. He loves flying. So he'll like this. Then we have him do EVA reports. The command pod. I like this one. I like the this command pod because I don't have to do any arrow stuff for it. And it comes with battery and stuff as well. So that's my justification. We'll launch. Try and maintain it. This lower thrust to weight ratio is fine and all, but I need a shallower turn here initially. There we go. Now we can use a steeper turn, so I'll let it follow prograde now. And actually, we'll also push a little bit south. Okay. So not quite an equatorial orbit anymore, which is good. That's what we want. Make it slightly inclined. I'm going to throttle way down. Speed up a little bit. Alright, now we just have this motor running, and this thing should easily get us into orbit. It should get us into orbit. Like I said. We'll see if it does, but it definitely should. Moonshot when? Moonshot soon. We're trying to get the science because we have no batteries. We've not unlocked batteries or solar panels, and I'm not going to the moon without a power supply. That would be a bad idea. Okay, it's time warp up to apoapsis here. And orbital insertion burn. That's orbit with 653 meters per second of delta V to spare, and I can EVA in space. Look at us. EVA report. Keep just above the grasslands. Store. EVA report. Grasslands again. EVA report. Grasslands. EVA report. Grasslands again. Grasslands again. Okay. We should be going over the mountains here soon. EVA report. EVA report. EVA report. EVA report. Highlands. Keep. Store. EVA report. Mountains? Mountains when? Mountains when? Give me mountains. I know we'll get mountains here soon because we're about to pass over them. EVA report. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. EVA report. Come on. Still Highlands. Still Highlands. Still Highlands. Mountains. There we go. Store experiments. Board. Alright, so as far as resources go, I just need to monitor our electric charge. But we're not really using it up a whole lot. Let me review the stored data. Mountains, grasslands, highlands. Okay, so let's EVA again, because there should be water below us. Yep. Store and board. Board. And I'm going to whip by here. I'm waiting for some desert to hit us. Impactor, we haven't even gotten to the moon yet. We'll get there soon, though. It's coming. Here we go. Here we go. Crew report. Yeah, we'll keep that, I guess. But let's EVA Jebediah. EVA report. Deserts, keep. Board. Now, we should have shores biome as well, but I just need to time that one right. Come on, give me shores, give me shores, give me shores, give me shores. It's a narrow window we have to hit here. There we go. Now I've got the buttons lined up. I don't have to move my mouse so I can be faster. This is a little tedious, but if we can get the shores by them, and then we can deorbit. Okay, that's just desert. Come on, give me shores. Should be coming up on it. So, like, right here in the center of the screen is where I am. I'm pointing my camera directly down. So as it gets close to the shore... There it is. Just above the Kerbal shores. Boom. Alright, let's board. SAS. Retrograde. Now, we can deorbit whenever we want, but I kind of want Jebediah to set an endurance record, so we're going to time warp around a little bit. Electric charge is still totally fine. Alright, one more pass and then we'll bring him in. There we go. That's good enough. Jebediah, we appreciate your service in the advancements of science for Kerbans. It's time for you to return home. That'll do us. There we go. Separate away our booster. And orbital re-entry time, baby. Jebediah is ready. This is routine for him at this point. He's done this countless times. Countless times. He's come down right in the ocean, off the coast from the Kerbal Space Center, which is just downrange of us, right over there. We can even see it from this range. So it's right there. And we are rapidly decelerating. We'll come to a stop probably just before this island here. Oh yeah, there's that re-entry effect. There's our booster, 6-7 kilometers away. Moving faster than we are now. We've punched through the thickest portion of our re-entry profile, that high resistance area. We've slowed down enough that air is starting to behave like air again and not like a plasma. We can make a nice controlled descent. Keep this on 4 times time acceleration. In about 2,000 meters, I'll deploy. Deploy. 500 meters it opens. We just drift blast 200 meters down into the water. Nice and safe. And on board we have a hefty amount of scientific data from our multiple EVAs in flight above Kerbal. Excellent work, Jebediah. We applaud your efforts and your valiant courage in the face of certain danger and possible death. Now we are back. We are so close. That was a great haul for science for us, but we are still just short of our goals here. What to do? Because we need 10 more science points, right? We just need 10. Are there any missions that we can take that would give us some science? That don't suck? Test LY-10 small landing gear on an escape trajectory out of Kerbal. Well, an escape trajectory, you know, that's not that hard. Really. It's really not that hard. We just got to kick it out there. And it pays well. See, an escape trajectory is something I can do. Because an escape trajectory is simple to its core. It's the simplest thing you can do. You just go up. And fast. Go up, go fast. We're going to do the probe because this one's not coming back. Interesting that they want landing gear out there. Specifically the LY-10 small landing gear. Which is this. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do fuel tanks. Big old fuel tank here. We're going to put the carrier on it. Kind of similar to what we did before, although let's give it some aero, right? Some aerodynamics, some fairings to cover up the probe. There we go. Now, we'll put the landing gear on. I'm going to put 2 on it just to keep the rocket steady. And we'll start them retracted. So that's our landing gear payload that we're taking up. I don't know why this landing gear needs to be tested on an escape trajectory, but you know what? If they want me to send something on an escape trajectory, I'll gosh darn send something on an escape trajectory. Not going to put any science on this because I don't have any batteries. So as soon as I try to transmit something, I'm going to lose battery, which means it's not worth it. Now we're going to do 2 stages of this, right? Here's the plan. We'll do a second carrier to lift it a little higher. And then thumper. The thumper. Actually, no. No. That's silly. That wouldn't work. I thought about it for a second longer, and I realized that wouldn't work. So instead, we'll do something similar to the rocket we just launched with 3 fuel tanks. Maybe 4 fuel tanks. White. Okay. We'll do the swivel again. We get a $14,000 advance on this, so I'm going to use that advance, and it's $32,000 upon completion, but it's the 5 science points we're really after for this mission above all else. So we're going to set that up. Hold on 1 second. There we go. And then we're going to use the radial decoupler to put our 2 thumper solid rocket boosters on this bad boy. Now this is going to give us some thrust. So we'll have these 2 here. Give them aerodynamic cones. We are overweight. Ooh. I think it might be time to upgrade our launch site. I think we'll have to make this work. It would work. I think this would work. I think it would definitely work. It's definitely got the Delta V. KSB escape probe. We'll call it that for now. Save it. Let's go back to the launch center, or the space center overall. We need to make our launch pad bigger. Let's try it now, because that'll lift our tonnage up, right? Yeah, there we go. All right. And you know what? Because that's all it really needed, we'll do 3. 3 will get us there. And that takes us to 11,000. Still under budget. I kind of budgeted 14,000 for that. We're at 11,000, so the mission is under budget. We will make a tidy profit off this if we can do it successfully. The goal now is to get it out and away. So we'll go ahead and launch, and then throttle down the swivel. Now we're accelerating crazy fast here, but that's okay. That's okay. It's all part of the plan. Because while I'm accelerating at a wicked high rate, we are also saving all the fuel in our center stage. I haven't even burned my center stage yet. So I'm pretty much starting with this fully charged center stage as soon as I let go of those boosters. Okay, we're going to lose control. That's fine, I guess. Because, even though we lost control briefly there, we were still traveling up with such velocity that we could eventually get ourselves pointed in the right direction here. To where it doesn't even matter. Now, those boosters are falling back to the planet, and that's fine. I'm more interested in getting us out of the atmosphere. We'll have more than enough Delta V for this. Plenty, plenty, plenty of Delta V for this. We can pretty much just set it and forget it. The only reason this is a little tricky is I have to manually pilot this. But other than that, you know, it's really not too hard at all. And we're also keeping our batteries charged by running these engines, which is good. Keeps it easy. I wish I had electrics, because then I could take some science as I sent this probe out. And in the future, you know, we can do that once we have electricity to work with. But until then, unfortunately, this probe is not going to get us any science on its own. Let's go ahead and separate the fairing. And you know what? Let's deploy the landing gear. They'll look a little bit like antennas. Honestly, they look like antennas. So it doesn't even look silly. At least it doesn't look that silly, you know? Alright. Final upper stage of our probe is burning. We are nearing our escape trajectory. That's our escape trajectory right there. Right? Like, that's it, right? Let's go ahead and burn all the fuel. Burn all the fuel. No sense in holding it back now. We're already up here. Alright, test the landing gear. Run test. Boom. Contract is complete. Our probe is out there. And we're going to hibernate this so that it doesn't burn battery. And I don't know. Maybe one day we'll recover it. Probably not. Probably not going to recover it, but it's out there. We've sent something beyond Kerbal permanently. 2 airplane wheels. But that did get us some decent cash. And we're at 85.2 science. Okay. Is there any other... test the 2477 Twitch liquid engine on escape trajectory out of Kerbal. Okay. They want me to kick stuff out of Kerbal, and I will oblige them. Now, this one, the Twitch liquid engine... we can change this design up a little bit for. Right? Because they want us to test a liquid engine. Well, we can already have these. And here's what I'm thinking, right? So let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. Fuel tanks. Let's just get a nice, small little fuel tank here. We get this little fuel tank. And then we do 2. Yep. Yeah, it might work. Let's see why not. Let's also put a thrust limiter on these. Let's back these way down. Way, way, way down. Maybe not that much. Maybe like there. There we go. Okay. So these will burn for a little longer. And then we'll have just this upper stage left. Okay. Delta V, still astronomically high. Yeah, that should do us. Alrighty. Let's get her going. Now, I'm going to have to burn more fuel out of my core stage, but because this is more controllable, I should be able to get to orbit a little easier, a little better, a little faster. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. No, 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 no. Stay on trajectory. Stay on trajectory here. We're rolling, we're rolling, we're rolling. We've lost it. Okay, hold on. Revert to vehicle assembly. Real quick, we're going to revert. We're going to throw some fins on this for stability. Because we're running into a stability issue with this rocket once again. Let's go... three-way symmetry. Throw fins on it. And let's increase that thrust limiter. Let's get a little bit more thrust. I do like actually saving my core stage and running those boosters. Okay, let's try it now. See what we get. There we go. So now the boosters are giving us the 2-to-1 thrust weight ratio. I'm going to keep my middle stage throttled up just a little bit for control's sake. We are entering a bit of a roll, but I think at this point we've got enough speed sufficient that we are going to stay on trajectory here. So I'm going to throttle this way down. Basically idle it at this point. You'll see our meters per second delta V on our next portion going up as we, 1, increase in altitude, and 2, don't burn as much fuel as we could be on this lower stage. This is already looking to be a more clean trajectory than our previous one. Alright, boosters are separated. Throttle up. And burn. Alright, so we've kind of flattened it a little bit, which is all we really needed to do right there. Now I'm just going to burn, burn, burn away. This stage alone should also have the delta V we need to get us into a escape trajectory. We'll go ahead and drop the fairing. Don't need that anymore. And that apoapsis is climbing away rapidly. Yep, there we go. Now the delta V required to get from where we are to an escape trajectory is low. We've achieved our escape trajectory. We don't need one nearly as extreme as the one we did before. But why the heck not? We brought the fuel up here. It's not coming back. Might as well use it. Let's get it going real fast. Real fast. And we have induced uncontrolled rolling. And we're out of electric charge, but we've completed our mission. So it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. You know, it's fine. It's fine. Not a great separation, but who gives a darn? That's what I say. That's what I say. Who gives a darn? It's fine. We're good to go. We've completed that contract. And we have 90 science, which is the exact amount of science we need to unlock electrics. Thank goodness. All right, we can do our moonshot. None of these contracts are appealing to me. So we're just going to go ahead and send it. We're going to the moon, baby. Time to design our probe. All right, so first things first. We're using the Probodyne Octo. We're getting rid of that. So we'll start with the Probodyne Octo, right? This is our base model for the vehicle. We're going to throw batteries and solar panels on this thing. Like so. All right, now we've got the batteries, we've got the solar panels. We'll put the science on it and the communication systems on it. So we'll do one antenna. Now the science. 1, 2. We're going to put 2 goo containers on it. We'll rotate these to have them kind of horizontally oriented. Lower them down just a smidge. And then the Science Junior. So that's our science probe, right? Now, I'm just going to call this the KSP Science Probe Mark 1. We're going to save this as its own thing. This is its own little guy, right? It's the basic science probe. It's got 2 large batteries. I guess we could add a little bit more to our battery storage if we wanted. Put one there and one there. And the extra batteries are just to make sure that my science experiments actually are able to successfully transmit. That's why I'm adding those, primarily. Let's go to our payload fairings. I'm not going to bother with any fuel on this probe. So that's our body right there. That's the top of the rocket. Now let's add the bottom. We're going to use the Terrier engine as our upper stage because it is so good. It's such a good engine, really. Truly is. Decouple it with a standard decoupler. And then we'll add not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 more engine or fuel tank sections. Like so. Then we'll put our swivel on it, because it is actually a very efficient engine. And now our radial decouplers and our boosters. Okay, so that's our rocket all set up. Set those there. 36 parts. Okay, so how can we save some parts? Well, let's get rid of the batteries for these extra batteries for 1. That brings us to 32. Now I did kind of the maximum complexity there. Boom, perfect. Okay, that's all it took. That's all it took to get us there. Now, does this thing have the delta V to make it? I think it does. I think it does. I think it'll be fine. We'll give it a shot. Give it a whirl. Let's see if we can get it up there. To space, to the moon. We've not upgraded our tracking center either, because that would cost a lot of money. So, this will be a little interesting. Now, similar to the 2 escape trajectory probes we launched, I'm going to throttle down my core stage, let the boosters do the heavy lifting low to the ground to save on delta V down here, down low. And it looks like it's working for us. My thrust to weight ratio is a solid 3 right now, which is probably a little too much, honestly. But that's okay. That's okay. That's fine by me. Because we're going to accelerate rapidly here. Alright, throttle up the main stage. Drop the boosters. Lose control of the rocket, of course. Successfully do a backflip. That's just for style points, baby, because I'm so good. Let's try that again, but this time let's keep it on our trajectory. Throttle way down to let this stage burn for a little longer. Alright, now that we're in the upper atmosphere, I've got a little bit more attitude control without losing stability. All right, there we go. Will it get into orbit? Oh, absolutely, it'll get into orbit. Orbit, no problem. Go ahead and drop that. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and throttle down on that booster for now. Let's start this off. See if there's anything we can get. I don't want to do the material science bay yet, but I do want to see what it would give us. 15, that's not bad. Let's go ahead and extend the antenna while we're in comms, because we're going to need that. This first stage might be able to get us into orbit, actually. Yeah, I think it will. Which is pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet diggity dog right there. Is that this will get us into orbit on the first stage alone. Okay, that's orbit. Now, here's what we're going to do. Since we don't have a tracking center, I can't target, I can't plan, I can't do anything like that. So what we're going to do instead is do it manually, right? And the way to do it manually, the trick, the rule of thumb, as far as angle goes, is right about when the moon rises. Once you can fully see the moon, that's your cue that you've got it. So there it is right there. Let's go ahead and orient to the east here. Alright, so the probe is flying now. Let's see if we can get it there. We've got plenty of electric charge right now, so I'm not worried about that. And all we have to do now is raise our orbit, and then it should intercept. It doesn't need to be pretty, it doesn't need to be perfect. I can just get a intercept. That's all I need right now. Just doing a flyby. I don't know if it'll even show me an intercept, really. I think that might have been too much. We're going to burn retrograde a little bit. We've got the margin for fuel for this. Burn retrograde and bring us down a little bit. Bring us back a little bit. Okay. Yeah, that's our flyby right there, baby. Okay. So we're low over the moon. In fact, we're so low we're going to crash. Which is a uh-oh. That's an uh-oh condition. And I'm out of comms! Oh no, well. That science was wasted. That science was wasted. Oh no. Because we're on the far side of the moon. I should have gone farther. I should have gone higher. My first orbit was probably fine, actually. Oh, gosh darn it. Well, we've completed the contract, and that's the important thing. So honestly, let's just go to the Space Center. I don't need to watch this thing crash on the moon. It's fine. It's whatever. It's fine. It ended up being a lunar impactor, guys. We ended up making it a lunar impactor. How great. All right, well, we have 245,000. Explore the moon. Orbit the moon, gather scientific data, and return from the moon. Now, we could do this. In fact, this rocket on its own probably could do it. It's got the Delta V for it, for sure. I kind of want to try. We get a $44,000 advance. The problem is we're going to need more parts on our rocket to make that work. We need 2 more parts. So I could sacrifice 2 parts from the rocket. For instance, I could use fewer solar panels once again, because right now I have 6. I could drop this all the way down to 4 solar panels. And that would give me enough parts on the rocket to do... Oh, no, even that wouldn't be enough. I could get rid of one of my mystery goos, I suppose. And then put the parachute on it. Put this, like, down here, I guess. Well, put it on the opposite side. Help counteract some of that weight. Put that there. And then how many parts do I have? 13. Then we do the thermal. And then we do the other thing. The decoupler, that's it. I'm thinking clear for a second. And that's 30 of 30. Now we could take this one step further, right? An experiment control unit would be nice. Would be a nice addition. If we have to return it, okay, so here's my thought. If we're gonna have to return it, let's move the solar panels down here. Let's use that extra slot we just opened up for science. Where is it? There it is. Right, let's throw this experimental control unit on it. Tuck this in a little bit. And do that. Okay. Do another manual attempt at the moon. I think we can do it. That last launch looked good. We've tweaked this design a little bit. We could do this without upgrading our space center. The rocket is already capable for sure. Let's try. So same launch profile. Try not to do a flip in the middle. Let's see if we can avoid doing the flip. And instead, let's pitch over a little bit more aggressively early in the flight. That's my plan, at least. Okay, okay, looking good so far. All right, I've throttled down. Now I'm pitching over. We should be high enough in the atmosphere now that I can maintain this flatter trajectory. I know we're kind of moving against the wind a little bit, but the drag's low enough it shouldn't matter a ton. I realize our staging's all jacked up. Let's go ahead and ditch that. And we're going for basically the same profile, right? Get into orbit on the first stage. Burn, 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 burn. Okay. Throttle. I'm going to throttle all the way down. And we're going to ditch that. Oh, no! My staging! Revert flight. Revert to launch. I didn't check my staging. I'm sorry, Scott Manley. I'm sorry. I committed the cardinal sin once again. Restart. Redo. gonna pitch over more aggressively. More aggressively here. Alright, boost your sep. Maximum thrust. Alright, we're already flatter, which is good. It's better. It's a better trajectory. Better launch. Looks better. Looks cleaner. Looks overall much more like what I'd want to see. We should be high enough now in the atmosphere. Around 30,000, that's when the atmosphere stops fighting the craft as much. We're not quite all the way, but definitely stops resisting quite as much. We'll go parallel to the deck. Burn hard here. Okay, now I need to fix my staging, right? So let's put this on its own stage. Put that there. Now this one. Now this one. Boop, boop. Okay, yes. That'll work. Okay, we're in space. For some reason, it's not letting me control the vehicle. Why not? Got plenty of electric charge. This is a swivel engine. Oh. Silly me, no comms. I got no comms. I got charge. I got comms again. Yay. Okay, there we go. Okay, circularized orbit. Let's go ahead and ditch that bottom stage. It's getting a little unwieldy. Alright, the probe is ready to go. One revolution around should be all it takes. She's already pointing in the right direction. Let's line up our prograde vector and off we go. Okay. Alrighty. Now we're going. We got plenty of fuel if we need to make some emergency turn or something in order to make this capture happening. But I think we shouldn't need it. I think we should be able to get into orbit just fine. I'm going to point down a little bit, burn radial in. Let's just burn 100% radial in to rotate my apoapsis out a little bit. There we go. Making this correction now will save us fuel later. Alright, let's see if it looks like we're going to get captured. Doesn't look like we're going to get captured. Okay. How about now? That looks like a capture. That's a capture. Alright, we are in orbit around the moon this time for realsies. We do have comms with Kerbal, which is great. It's excellent. Let's start by getting us pointed retrograde. And slow us down here. So that's a super eccentric orbit around the moon, which is actually good. That's what we want. So we're going to sit here for a minute. We're in orbit around the moon, right? So let's conduct our materials study. 30 science if we keep it. We're going to keep that one for sure. We're going to observe our mystery goo. 12 science. We'll keep it. Now, these other ones, we're going to do two things. We're going to keep. We're actually going to transmit. So we'll lose 40%, which is fine. But I want to transmit it now. Relog and keep. We'll do the same for pressure. Log pressure data. Transmit. And then log pressure data and keep. Collect all. So we've got all the experiments on board. I think we're still too high up. So, oh, no! Oh, not good. Well, we got the science data. We never even accepted the contract. Oh, I'm a silly boy, aren't I? Yes, I am. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. So as not to make this mission a total loss and a total waste of time, money, and resources, we're going to go ahead and recover this probe. Okay. Let's get that in atmosphere. There we go. Okay, let's shed that. Flip around retrograde. Close up our experiments. And return to Drew. Or, not to Drew. That's the other game. Return to Kerbal. Here we go. Now this is going to come in real hot. Real hot, real fast. We can watch as that apoapsis comes in nice and quick. Oh, well, bollocks. She didn't survive re-entry. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess it's time to go back to the Space Center. We did get some science, right? We did transmit those experiments. Guess we should have transmitted all of the experiments, but, you know, lesson learned. It's another lesson learned. We also didn't actually accept the contract, so, you know. What were we really even doing in the first place, right? Am I right? Like, oh well. Oh well. It's just an unmanned probe. I clicked on the wrong building. Don't mind that. We're going to go back to the Space Center. We're going to go back to the administration or mission control. Science data from the surface of the moon. No. Science data from space around the moon and this one both gel really well. So we're going to do that one and that one. We can also do this one. It makes me want to upgrade my mission control. Flight planning. How much does the tracking station cost? 300. It would be really nice to have this, but it would also cost a lot of money. So we're going to do that one first, which gives me up to 7 contracts. I'm going to do this one as well, because we're already doing science data from that mission, right? All of that works for me. All of that works for me. Okay. All of those missions can be done in one one go relatively easily. That's what we're trying to do. So let's open. Now open this one. Missing Sepratron? What? Why do we have a Sepratron on this? I don't remember putting no stinking Sepratron on this. Is this the Sepratron? It's the decoupler. Where's the Sepratron? That's a decoupler. That's a decoupler. Where's this Sepratron that it's talking about? Okay, we're gonna actually scratch that. And instead, I'm gonna put 2 of these bad boys on there. I changed my mind. I want the 2 goo canisters. It's worth the 2 goo canisters. Oh, wait, no, I can't even do that. No, yeah, I've got the parachutes right there. Never mind. Disregard, disregard. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Let's switch to the dipole version of this. And rotate it. There we go. All right. Basically the same probe, basically the same mission. Everything should be basically the same. But better this time. We're going to be better this time. Let's try it. Let's try it and see how it goes. This time we've not only got 1, but 3 contracts on our hand for maximum payout. All right. So we've got our engine set up. Staging shouldn't really have changed. I still need to correct this. And we'll put this fairing down here. All right. Throttle up. SAS on. Launch. Throttle down. Looking good, looking good. That should be us right there. Should be us right about there. Okay, keep pushing the nose down. Keep pitching towards the ground. Max thrust. Just keep it steady on that for now. Apoapsis is looking good, climbing steadily. Ooh, 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 almost lost it, but we got it. We kept it under control, so we're good there. Nearly lost it for a second, but we're good. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're totally fine, everyone. Okay. Now we're burning with the horizon. Nice and flat, just the way I like it. Let's go to 4 times time acceleration. Trim down on time with this. We'll go ahead and pop that off. There we go. We're in space. Up to apoapsis. Out of comms. Come on, give me a comm station. Give me a comm station. Give me a comm station. Where's the next comm station? No, I'm going to fall back to the surface. Oh, 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 oh. Not quite. Not yet. What's my altitude? 80? Alright, we're going to burn in a very Very high angle here. There, that's orbit. Okay. We made orbit. 75 meters per second to go. That's fine. Let's find our moon. All right. Now our final stage is a go. Go for the moon. Here we are. Translunar injection burn. Angle looks about right. I think we're good to go. Okay, sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. This is going exactly as planned, sort of. Mostly. It's going mostly as planned. Okay, that is our orbit. Now the patched conics aren't visible, which is kind of a bummer, but we can make it work. Honestly. Okay. Let's get low down and close to the moon here. All right, we are orbiting the moon successfully, and that won't take us out of the moon's sphere of influence, which is great. Now we can start focusing on doing science for real. So I'm going to observe the mystery goo from here. This is high over the moon still. Let's go ahead and log temperature. Keep. Log pressure. Keep. See if we can push it down a little bit. See if we can get a little lower. That's pretty low. Maybe not that low. That's really low. That's really, 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 really low. Let's go a little higher than that. Let's go like... That's probably good. 30 kilometers is pretty close, right? Right? Am I crazy? It feels close. That feels close to the moon's surface. Near the moon. There we go. Keep that for sure. That's a great one. Let's observe this. Also a great one. Let's log pressure data here. Keep it. And log temperature data here. And keep it. Okay, so we're going to go out now. I want to have some sunlight on my solar panels before I try transmitting these. Transmit data. There it goes. Transmit data. There that one goes. Sweet. So we've collected that. Now we'll log the temperature up here and log the pressure up here again. And that completes one contract, right? Yep. So one contract is done. Regardless of how the mission goes from this point forward, we've completed that contract successfully. So here's what we're going to do now. Right, we're going to wait a little bit. Till about there. Whoops. Okay, that's fine. No, I guess it's not fine, actually. There we go. Now I've got control again. This is not an ideal burn direction, but we'll make it work. Okay. So that should kick us out of the moon sphere of influence. Now I need science data from space around Kerbal, which I actually didn't fully think through, but let's log the temperature from up here. And log the pressure from up here. We'll keep those bad boys. Let's flip us around here. We're going to burn retrograde, kill a lot of velocity here. Let's get us down to sub 100,000. That's a little too much, honestly. You know, it's fine. No, it's not fine. It's not fine. I need to take a more controlled approach to this because my concern is communication gaps. And if I lose a communication gap, I'll be cooked. So we're going to go to that. And then snap around real quick. My goodness. My goodness, this orbit is eccentric. Here we go. Okay. Lower that apoapsis. Make it somewhat reasonable now. Alright, we're getting back into a low Kerbal orbit. And now I can orbit and wait for my space center to come back around. There she is. Alright, now I can do the orbit deburn close to the Drew Space Center, which is what I want. That's what I wanted. That's what we did that for just there. There we go. There's that communication gap I was worried about, but it's okay because I've got it now. Fully expend that stage. Separate that. Close the doors. And I should be able to recover this now. We got a full charge on batteries. And I have control of the vehicle. So it shouldn't flip around. Like it seems to be aerodynamically stable here. Let's keep attitude control on for the descent here. Come on, come on. Hold steady, hold steady, hold steady. Alright, I've pre-primed the chute. It's armed. So even though we don't have comms, the chute is armed. And we'll deploy. Which is good. Like, I'd rather play it safe with this. And get it down to the surface, because we have too much science on board for for me to risk it. We need the science. We need the science. And we also need to complete these 2 missions. We were in a stable orbit around the moon, and we are going back to the surface. And then we are going to recover science from space around Kerbal. So both of these missions should be completed successfully once we touch the water. We're a little high up. 500 meters. Chute's fully opened. But we are decelerating at an acceptable rate. So we should land just fine. Splash down in the water here very shortly. 200 meters up and falling. 117, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Splash down. Alright, we've completed the 2nd contract. And on hitting recover, that should complete the 3rd contract. It should. It should complete it. We'll see if it does. I'm optimistic. I'm pretty sure it does. Boom. 400,000. 165 science. Now we are cooking. Land on the moon. Just gets better and better. Okay, how much does it cost? $450 to upgrade the vehicle assembly building. That's what we have to do next if we want to land on the moon. We've got an option to rescue a stranded Drew in space. That's, or not Drew. I keep saying Drew. I keep going back to my Juno New Origins roots. It's not a Drew. It's a Kerbal. We could rescue him. We have 165 science, so let's start by spending that, right? We can't go above 100 science, so we can't unlock any of these techs at all until we upgrade the Space Center. Which is fine. I don't think I need flight control yet. Space exploration would be cool, but I don't need that yet either. Propulsion systems, no. Efficient propulsion, the cheetah is nice. Fuel systems. So these would all be nice, but I can only do one of those at a time, right? The EVA experiments kit. So honestly, this one and this one, for just from a science gathering perspective, these 2 would be the ones I want next. Because that gives me the goo monitor, and it gives me, I've already got the photovoltaic panels that I can deploy. So then just the Probodyne experiment control station, then I could set up some research stations, research outposts. We've kind of got everything we need to land a probe on the moon at this point. Like, already everything we have is enough to get a probe down. We could do it. We could, in fact, do it. This would be nice just for being able to land planes better. I'm torn. Let's look at our contracts. So, land on the moon. We'll do that. For sure we'll do that. Are there any contracts on the surface? Ugh. We could do this. So I'm looking for money right now, right? We could easily do that. We could also launch a satellite. Oh, and that pays out a lot of money too. Okay, hold on. These both are splashdown tests, which they're easy. Because I can just get it up off the pad, land it in the water, and then run the test. So we'll accept both of these splashdown missions. Those are easy. And then positioning a satellite in a specific orbit we can absolutely do. that gives us enough money to upgrade our space center right away. Now, if I were to do that upgrade right now, I would have no money to launch planes or rockets. So I'm not gonna actually upgrade it yet, but I've got the money to upgrade it. Which that's the important part. Okay, so for the missions I selected, let's start with this simple one. Test these components splashdown. The TS-18 stack separator. And let's just put a fuel tank on it and scale it up to 18.75. Let's put the swivel liquid fuel engine on it. And then let's put some parachutes on it and call it good. Utility. Let's go ahead and purchase these. And we'll have 3 chutes on it. It should be it. That should be all I need to make this happen. Let's go for it. Launch it. Land it. In the water. Easy peasy. Okay. So now I'm going to hover. Just burning fuel. I want to make it a little lighter. This is basically like the Starship Hopper flight. You know? Okay. I might be able to get this in the water. Oops, I messed up my staging. That's funny. That's funny that all that just to mess the staging up. That was kind of fun to hover it though. Let's try that again. This time I'm going to fix my staging like I'm supposed to be doing. There we go. Actually, no. Separator goes last. There we go. That's better. Okay. And we're burning, and we're burning, and we're burning. Let's maybe slow down time a little bit so I can control this better. This is going all right. I would say overall this is going quite well, actually. We just need to drift out a little bit more over the actual water. There we go. Nice and easy out over the ocean. Okay. I've got the parachutes as a backup, but I kind of want to see if I can do this just by hovering. Just an actual, like, hover landing. This is good actual landing practice for me, too, you know? All right, right at a 1-to-1 thrust weight ratio. Just under. $50 meters up, 40, 30, 20. Splashdown. All right. We're splashdown. Run test. And decouple. Test complete. Recover the craft. Hey, we did that without parachutes. We did a little, our own starship hopper, if you will. That was good. That was good. Good, easy contract. Get us a little bit more money. It's important because we're going to need to upgrade our vehicle assembly building in order to finish out these next big contracts. So, position a satellite in orbit around Kerbal. That's the next one I want to do. That one's going to be easy. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll see what the contract requires. It should be pretty basic. Start with the Probodyne Octo. Unmanned probe. Alright, position satellite specific orbit of Kerbal. Build a new unmanned probe that has an antenna and can generate power. Must be fully assembled when launched. So this can be very basic. And because it can be basic, we're going to keep it basic. So communications. We're going to do 2 of these bad boys. And we're going to rotate them up like that. And then for electricity, 4 like that. Now, that satisfies the contract as far as probe complexity, but I do want the ability to potentially maneuver this probe in the future. Because these contracts tend to have options later on, like reposition satellite. So this probe is going to have a fuel tank and fuel, which is good. That's what we want. Now let's go to coupling. Throw our little coupler on there, and then fairings. Come on, there we go, green. Okay, that is our satellite. Oops. Oopsie poopsies. Wrong button. Clicked on the wrong spot. Hold on. Put those back. There we go. Alright, now fuel tanks. It's not the Spark, the Terrier. And then the rest of this rocket's going to be relatively simple. Just our swivel, and we'll do 3 fuel tanks. Yeah, should be plenty. All right, let's take her up. We'll rename it once we're in space. Actually, we'll save this as KSP Satellite 1. Save it. Launch it. All right, here comes our KSP satellite. Now, it asks for a specific orbit. I don't know how high this orbit is, but the capabilities of this spacecraft should be more than enough to get it there. 1,000 plus delta V in that upper stage is a lot of delta V. Ooh, boy, though. Okay, revert to vehicle assembly. The rocket's going to have to be a lot bigger. All right. We're going back to our moon rocket design, basically. Because that's what's actually going to take to get this up there. Coupling, how are we on parts? 30, 19, so plenty. Put those there. Those are lined up. There we go. All right, arrow. Put our cones on it. Okay. That's a pretty extreme orbit that we need to get to. 8,200 meters per second. Should be enough, though. That should be enough. Save it. Launch it. 8,200 meters per second is a lot of delta V. There is no reason I can't get it to that orbit with that delta V. But I'm sure I will find a way to get it, to not get it to that orbit. At least it's not retrograde. It could be worse. Okay, so it is a very inclined orbit. So I'm going to need to push north right out of the gate. We'll go for a 45-degree launch angle. Okay, okay, okay. So far, so good. Alright, rev up the main stage engine. Trajectory does look good. Switch to our orbital frame of reference. Keep her steady. Keep her steady. Keep her steady. Steady. There we go. Alright, time to reduce thrust. So I don't accumulate excessive drag as we get up into the atmosphere. Now that we're getting up to these very high rates of speed, our inclination looks good for the most part. We are, unfortunately, off axis. But I don't think it'll kill us. At least not right away. We're gonna have to do an orbital plane change burn, but it shouldn't matter too much. I'm also not gonna worry about the most efficient, like, minimum orbit that we can achieve, because we're going to have to burn more fuel to get into the upper orbits anyway. It's not going to matter. Let's get our probe exposed to vacuum. Like that. There we go. Okay, it's time warp up to apoapsis. Just get into an orbit, and then we can start... Once we're in orbit, we can start making changes and stuff, you know? Give me a tracking station. Give me a tracking station. Give me a tracking station. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Give me a tracking station, baby. Come on. I've got the electricity. I've got the solar panels. Motherfucker. Alright, revert to launch. Lost communications with the rocket. Failed to enter orbit. Rocket returned to atmosphere and crashed. Okay, since we're restarting... That was too much. Okay. There we go. Am I out of electric charge now? I am. Alright, let's just get it in the air. Back to plan A. I forgot, sitting on the launch pad, the batteries drain out. Even though we're not doing anything. So let's just go ahead and throttle up and launch it. Okay, okay, okay. Looking good so far. Tumble. Recovered. Alright, we're going to burn radial in a little bit. Try and circularize our orbit earlier. Alright, full radial in burn. There we go. Alright, that's an orbit. We've got 3,000 meters per second on the working stage. An additional 1,500 on the satellite stage. So we've got the Delta V to get this orbit. Right? So there's two things we need to do. One, we need to get up to 23,735,000 and 19 million. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to burn up to get our apoapsis up. Oh, too far. Up there. Of course, where I want to burn, there is no comms, which is great. How about now? Okay, close enough. burn prograde, and get our apoapsis up. Then we'll do our plane change maneuver, then our circularization. But that's the order of operations. Let's get to our transfer, then our plane change, then our circularize. I believe it was 23 million. 23,735. 19,372. Okay. And as we get our orbit out there, you'll see that it actually isn't as far off as it could have been. We are a little past, but that's okay. So let's burn radially, or normal. Do a normal plane change burn here. And then a retrograde burn to drop our apoapsis just slightly. It's good enough. It's definitely good enough. We're at the very edge of our communication range, but it looks like it's holding, which is good. Let's go prograde and do our big circularization burn. This is going to take quite a bit of energy because we're almost stationary. We're going 86 meters per second at the peak of this orbit right here. We got to really accelerate here to circularize. Is that it? Have mystery goo on the satellite. When did it say that? When did it say have mystery goo on the satellite? What the heck are we talking about here, game? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. You want mystery goo? You want it so bad? There you go. Let's actually get that lined up. It's good enough. Launch. Ah! 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 Okay, okie dokie. All right. Let's take a breather. Let's cool off for a second. Let's calm down. Okay. Starting with a very aggressive push. Then we'll drop our center stage thrust down. Lower and lower. Now we just got to maintain that. Okay. Back on track. Another flip maneuver. Okay. Okay, we're in space. It's great. Out of comms range from everything, but should catch another comms antenna there. There we go. Okay, in orbit. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Good enough. Burn for the heavens. Little probe. Burn for the heavens. Nothing new there. Let's get way out there and we can observe in high Kerbal orbit. Too far, too far, too far. Overshot. That was a lot of burst of energy right there. Good enough. Okay. Okay, we should be about at the descending node here. Let's go switch to our radial burn trajectory. Should be right about here. Okay, that's about flat. Now for apoapsis. Whoops, missed it. Missed it slightly. It's fine. A little off. There we go. That's our satellite right there. We're going to keep the extra fuel stage up here. Just got to maintain stability for a second here. That's it. All right, Space Center time. Done. We did it. We did it. We did it. We're done. Thank goodness. Okay, we've got enough money. It's time. It's time. It's time. Upgrade it. Look at that. Nice big vehicle assembly building. All right. So, explore the moon. Attempt a moon landing. Science data from the surface of the moon. Take that one on as well. Anything else? Conduct temperature surveys of the moon. No. Not gonna do that. We could do a polar orbit of Kerbin. Nah, we'll wait on those. We'll wait on those. We're gonna do the moon lander. We don't have to come back from the moon. We just have to land and transmit. I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll get on to that mission next. All right, I am back, and we have made the necessary changes to our rocket. So we've got our lander. It's very, very simple, but it does have temperature, pressure, and a goo module all standing by, ready to go. We've got on the lander itself 1,200 meters per second of delta V, which should be plenty for multiple potential landings. And then everything else on this rocket is the same. This rocket design, simple enough, but it has demonstrated it 100% has the delta V to get us to and from the moon. So a one-way trip to the moon will be a piece of cake. And the whole thing is relatively inexpensive too, which is keeping in line with our budget goals. So this is all well and good and set up for our next launch. 13,336 total. Let's go and rename it. Mooner 1. Save and launch. Here we go, baby. Landing on the moon. This is the big one. Couple of considerations I need to make. I need to make sure I land on the side of the moon facing Kerbal, which may mean waiting in orbit for a little bit, but that is okay. Let's go ahead and lift off. Throttle down. Throttle down. Throttle down. Throttle down. Throttle down. Pitch over, pitch over, pitch over. There we go. There we go. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Easy peasy, not too hard now. Just nice, gentle pitch. Nice, gentle. There we go. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Separate, max thrust. Try not to lose control, try not to lose control, try not to lose control. Alright, we maintain control. Perfect. So our rocket is climbing. Let's go to our map view. Apoapsis 52 kilometers, 58, 60 kilometers. Okay. Throttle down. We're going to try and be efficient here. Okay. Because I don't want to lose contact with the Drew Space Center. Let's deploy the fairings, get the antenna out and the solar panels exposed. Okay. Still in range with the Drew Space Center for the orbital insertion burn. We should have plenty of delta V left over in the stage to fully achieve orbit. Then the second stage will be getting us to the moon, captured into the moon's sphere of influence, and getting a orbit going. And then also all of our orbital maneuvers around the moon will be this next stage. So let's go ahead and time warp forward here. There's the moon. I'm just using the engine to turn the rocket here. And burn. Alright, so the moon is right there. Alright, our translunar injection is commencing. Okay, that was a little too much, so we're going to go radial in. No. Right about there. Dang it! Ah, I hate the time accelerate. It just whips me right through. Just whips me right through. All right, we're not out of this yet. All right, we're not out of this fight yet. Because we're still equatorial. Right? The potential for future encounters exists. And I am smoked. Of course. Of course. Of course. Come on, give me some solar panel exposure here. There we go. Okay, let me get a solar panel actually exposed to sunlight here. Okay. We'll do a retrograde burn. I've got plenty of Delta V to salvage this mission. It's just gonna take time. And this might be our intercept. There it is. All right, all right, all right, all right. We salvaged it. We've salvaged it. We're good. Let's get into orbit. So here's what I'm waiting for now. We're in orbit around the moon, which is great, but I'm waiting until the sunlit side of the moon is facing Kerbal before we do our descent, which it now is. All right, perfect. So we're going to burn prograde again. Okay. All right. Here we go. We'll put it down in the big crater. Why not? So let's burn for all of our fuel there. Okay, we're going to go, all this from here on out is going to be done from this view. We are in the crater. Looks like we've got a decent landing zone below us. Okay, that's done. Let's separate it. Now we just need to finish this landing. Finish the landing strong here, guys. All right. Okay, killed all the lateral velocity. Now it's just the descent. Hello, customizable. Welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and drop gear. And we will be able to kill our descent very quickly. This rocket engine has a 21.25 thrust to weight ratio, so basically as soon as I want to stop, we'll stop. Just the tiniest amount of thrust required here. Bingo. That's a landing, baby. We've landed on the moon, which is the first step. Log temperature. Transmit. Transmission complete. Observe mystery goo. Keep that one for now, and we'll log pressure data. We'll keep that one for now. Yeah, it was pretty clean. Pretty clean landing overall, I would say. We've got a good signal back to Kerbal. Let's review data. Transmit it. And transmit that. Yep. All right, so the goo data has been transmitted off. Rename vessel. Call it Lanner Mooner 1. Okay. Back to the Space Center. So we completed both those contracts, and we got that thing on the surface of the moon. So we can do some more future science with that. If I need to in a pinch, I could take that lander off, fly to a different biome, and do the pressure and temperature experiments again. It's an option, but we don't need to do that right this second. Instead, I want to upgrade my vehicle tracking building next. What are our options? Explore the moon. Rendezvous 2 vessels in orbit of the moon. We can do that easy. Conduct temperature surveys of the moon. No. Position satellite equatorial orbit. Pays well. Does pay a decent chunk of change. That would get us to 300. Position satellite in a specific orbit of the moon. This one I like. Because one, it'll help us start building our orbital infrastructure. Get us some more comms satellites around the moon. And we've already demonstrated we can do it, and it pays good. It pays real good. And the pay being good is what motivates me more than anything else. Let's actually pay attention to the requirements of the contract before we launch, though. Because that has bitten me in the past. Have a thermometer on the satellite, unmanned probe. Okay, everything else is relatively boilerplate. That's fine. So we'll use this as our unmanned probe again. I do want to keep fuel on them if possible. But other than that, this functions as a satellite on its own, like as is. I guess the one thing we'll do is we'll swap these out for different communications antennas. Where is it? There it is. We'll Set those there, rotate them vertically. So those are our antennas. That's our satellite. We'll call this Moonsat 1. Okay. It's already got a thermometer on it. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. Perfect. Okay. Launch. Next mission. And this should get us enough money to upgrade the tracking station. Which will be pretty freaking sweet. Pretty sweet. That's what I think that'll be. It'll be pretty sweet. Diggity dog. And then we need to find a way to make a lot of money. We can launch satellites to earn money every day. That works. Launching satellites all day, every day, you know? On that grind. On that satellite grind. I think that's what we're going to have to do. Okay, throttle way down. Uh-oh, problem. Revert flight. Revert to launch. We had a collision. No bueno. No bueno. Oopsies. Yep, oopsies indeed. We had a little orbital oopsie poopsies. So I'm going to roll here so that the boosters are to the sides on separation. There we go. See, now it's fine. Now it's fine. No problem with that. Throttle way down here. Okay. There we go. Let's just get her... Well, hold on. First, let's get her lined up. There we go. Get up to apoapsis. There we are. There we are. There we go. All right, perfect. And we are orbital. Sweet. Okay. Won't even have to wait very long because pretty soon... There she is. There's the moon. And there goes our second stage, burning away. This one will get us there. This one will get us there for sure. Alright, moon's right there. Looks like a pretty nominal intercept. We'll go past it on the far side. That'll do. solar panels are being hit by sunlight, so we're good there. Man, that time acceleration just blows right past it. It's hard to do that manually. So one thing I'm noticing is I'm going to have to flip orbits here, because I am going the wrong way. This is an orbit assuming you come in on the near side of the moon, but I have so much delta V on this that it won't matter. Let me just flip it just like that. That's how easy that is. Now our ascending node is right here. So we'll go anti-normal as we pass over right there. Should be about there. Now, we could just brute force this, basically. With a radial outburn, we could get this all the way. Unfortunately, we don't have any connection there, so we're going to have to do it with a radial inburn on this side. Okay, there we go. We use this radial inburn to get our orbit about where we need it to be. Then we'll burn retrograde to get it the rest of the way. Okay, that's orbit. Separate that out. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. That's easy. While we're up here, we've already done all these experiments, it seems. That's okay. Probe is in place, so it really doesn't matter, because we can also look at our full network. Oh, I guess these two can't really talk to each other because this isn't a relay satellite. Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't really matter because we completed the contract, so I don't care. We're after the money. Money, 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 money. And we got it. We got our money. We got our paycheck. So let's see how much that leaves us with. Is it going to be enough to upgrade our tracking station? Because I'm getting really tired doing this manually. It is. So that's our tracking station. We now have patched conics available to us. Let's go ahead and recover that. There we go. All right. So rendezvous 2 vessels in orbit of the moon is the next one. But here's some just basic things. Test the J-20 Juno basic jet engine. Landed on Kerbal. Done. Easy. Test the Mark II radial mount parachute in flight over Kerbal, 3 to 10,000 meters. Again, done. Easy. And we have 226 science to play around with, so that's enough science to start unlocking stuff. So, miniaturization, space exploration. We have 46 left, so we do that one. Boom, we've burned through our science. Now let's do these airplane contracts. These are super easy. These are so cheese. Customizable. Glad to see you chatting it up over there. Yeah, money is what we are after. Because I'm playing on the hardest difficulty in KSP. So there are actual difficulties in KSP when you do a career mode, and it affects atmospheric damage and a couple other like actual physics things, but most of the difficulty changes are in how the game gives you science and money. And so I get very little science and money, basically. That's the short of it. Now, this plane, we can't have too many parts on it still. But we have room for one more part, and that part will be the radial parachute. So I'm going to ditch these drogues in favor of the real deal parachute. This guy's going to sit right on the top. Where's my center of mass? If I'm smart, I'll put it on the center of mass, because what that'll let me do is recover the plane via parachute. Okay. Center lift is still good. Let's ditch that for now. We have all these other things too, but I think I'm going to leave them. We're just going to keep it simple, stupid for now. Got a little wing light there, which kind of like having. And then we'll do a single nose light. I don't have the improved landing gear yet. What is the ball inside the plane? That is my center of mass. Right there. So it's just displaying center of mass. I've also got center of thrust, which shows me the direction my engines are pointing. And center of lift. And those three can tell me a lot about the flight characteristics of this plane. That's the idea, at least. Alright, KSP plane mark 1 point. I'll just go ahead and move it up to the 2. Save it. Launch it. It's a very basic plane, but it has been getting the job done for us pretty well so far. At least when I can fly it properly. Yeah, so that center of mass, the big thing with planes is you want to keep your center of mass in front of your center of lift. That's the big thing to remember. Everything after that is kind of less important, but if you remember center of mass goes in front of center of lift, you'll probably be fine. Alright, we are accelerating quite nicely here. Nice and stable, nice and steady. Go ahead and lift off. Alright, so we already, by nature of taking off, we've completed that contract, which is great. So here's the second contract. Get up to 3,000 meters and test this parachute. We're going to climb a little past 3,000. Just going to be real with you. Going to be a little higher than that, but the goal is to get up to altitude and basically do a parachute bailout style scenario, right? So deploy the parachute. Alright, we'll cut it. That's fine. We don't need to do anything more. The idea I had, but I don't think one parachute would be enough. We could use multiple parachutes for it. The idea, though, is, like, in a kind of abort scenario, I could use the parachute to save the plane. But I don't need the plane to be saved. I just needed to test it for now. Okay, looking good. Engines off. Nice gentle touchdown, nice gentle touchdown. Bounced, bounce 1. Bounce 2. Bounce 3. Oh my goodness. Just... Jeb, just put it on the ground. There we go. Alright. Brakes engaged. Come to a stop. Can't bounce that many times on a landing on the runway. We gotta be more assertive about it. There we go. There we go. Come to a nice stop here. Nice little stop. Boop. Recover vessel. Easy peasy. Easy contract right there. Just knock those two clean out of the park. For a little bit of cash. Not nearly as much as it would pay to launch a satellite, for sure. But still, you know, still a decent little chunk of change right there. Let's see. So there's 2 polar orbit satellites. Both of them are very similar launch profiles, which tempts me to try to launch a 2-in-1. Let's go ahead and accept this for the rendezvous mission. Do we think I can do a 2-in-1 with these? Maybe. We might be able to. Let's try. So we've got the opportunity here to do multiple missions at the same time. I always like to take those opportunities when they present themselves to me. 103,000 for another Kerbin. Or Kerbal. No, I'm not going to hire one right now. Let's go to the vehicle assembly building. So we need polar orbit. 2 satellites. We'll see what the requirements for the 2 satellites are. Hopefully they're about the same. Thermometer. One needs thermometer, one needs mystery goo. Okay, so let's open our Moonsat 1 ship, right? Open this guy. This guy got multiple satellites to the moon with ease. I don't see why it can't get multiple satellites. Actual satellites out there as well. So here's what we're going to do. This will be the base model, right? And then as far as coupling goes, purchase this guy, which it'll sit right on top. And then we have some structural stuff, so I can put a girder element. That seems a little big. Can I scale it down, actually? I can, that's right. So that's really all the scaling I need. We do another pod. Right. Yep. And then we'll do electrical. Right there. Well, actually, hold on. Stack separator, battery, probe body, solar panels. This one's gonna need the goo, right? So we'll put the goo on this one. And then the communitrons. And we're going to do, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have one antenna, actual. Get rid of this. One communitron regular. And then this satellite down here is going to have kind of the opposite configuration. So we're going to do 1 communitron. And 1 high gain antenna. So these high gain antennas, they're relay antennas. Whereas the regular communitron doesn't do relay, these do relay. Like that. Perfect. Now let's edit our fairing. So we have 2 satellites on a stack here. We're going to have to adjust the staging on this quite a bit to get it right, because this is a little bit trickier. So that stage is fine. This one needs to come up here. Booster separation, fairing deployment. Okay. So now we have these 3. This one is the bottom, and that one is the top. Okay, so the one that needs the mystery goo is going to deploy first. Mystery goo first, then thermometer. We do have a thermometer on that. We do have mystery goo on that. Was there anything else? Nope, should be it. That should be everything, right? Should be everything. Okay. Oh, what if their orbits are opposite of each other? That would be annoying. If one was a retrograde orbit, that would be so dumb. That'd be such a bad setup for the contracts. I've got the Delta V to get 2 satellites on a polar orbit with this guy. I don't have the Delta V to get 2 satellites on opposite facing polar orbits. Oh, almost as bad. They're at like 90 degrees to each other. Okay, well, which one's which? So one's from VATCO, the other's from R&D. And it won't give me more information about the contracts. Not in this view, at least. Okay, hold on. Revert to vehicle assembly real quick. Let's revert to vehicle assembly. We'll call this Polar Sat 1. I'm going to save. We're going to leave. I'm going to go look at the contracts. I just need to figure out which one requires. So VATCO requires the mystery. So the one that's for VATCO we go to first. Okay. See, that's easy. VATCO comes first. Let's go back and select our rocket and launch it. And Cat, what are you doing? What are you doing? Thank you. All right. Okay, everybody, here we go. This one's for all the marbles. 2 polar satellites in crisscrossing orbits. So VATCO advanced suction. This one needs the goo container, so this one comes first, which we are not lined up for yet. We are going to burn a little bit of electricity waiting to get this lined up, but we should be fine because the liquid engines do charge the batteries while they're burning. Okay, that's good enough. And yeah, I need to go north. Go north. Okay. Staging looks good. Light it. And we're off. Hopefully this goes well. I actually want to burn not just north, but a little bit west to counteract the spin of the planet. something people often forget. Let's throttle way down here. Conserve our liquid fuel. Let the boosters do the heavy lifting. They are the heavy lift stage. Getting up, getting up, getting up. Booster separation. Full throttle on our core stage. And we're getting our orbital vector lined up now with north. Almost there, almost there. Okay, that should be good enough. We're not quite lined up, but I think it's good enough. It's pretty close. It really is pretty close. Only off by a couple degrees, which can be corrected with a plane change maneuver. I'm not worried about that at all. Not worried about that in the least. Let's go ahead and deploy the fairing. We've got our comms antennas up now. We're on a full battery charge at this point. I'm going to circularize here a little bit. The rocket's a little harder to keep pointed in the right direction. It does want to kind of jitter a little bit, but that's okay. Okay, we are fully in space now. So 5,632,000. Should be good enough right there. Okay, let's reduce the number of lines on the screen here. Okay, let's make our plane correction burn. That's good enough. Now let's just pop our apoapsis up a little higher, a little higher. Yeah, that's within the margin of error, I think. Bingo. All right. We go for apoapsis now. Burn for circularization. Okay, that is within the margin of error for this mission, right? Now, I should be able to separate this out. I'm going to go ahead and let the mission clear first. Now we're in Pulsat 1 relay. Let's rename Pulsat 1. Accept. Go back to the original. Now we've got 1870 meters per second. Whoop, too fast, too fast, too fast. Okay, we are at the ascending node. That is the wrong way, so I need to go this way, this way, this way. Yeah. No. I need to go this way. Sorry, I'm wasting fuel. I'm wasting fuel. Because I'm coming up. I'm coming up on the swing here. Oh, I also forgot to deploy that antenna. Whoops. Whoopsie me. Okay, that is there. Now I just need to burn for orbit. It's right about there. So I need to go prograde and radial out. There we go. Extend that antenna. Wait for this to clear. Separate it. And that's 2. Let's rename this one as well. Polar sat. This will be 2. Accept. Boom. So I've got 2 relay satellites in orbit of Drew. Switch over to PolSat 1 and deploy its antenna, the high gain antenna, so that it can actually work. Boom. And yeah, we'll transmit. Boom. All right, so we've got our 2 satellites. That's a big contract done. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money for us. And those satellites will help our relay network. So that makes our space program stronger overall as well. We're up to 200,000 again. Let's go back to the tracking station and just see our network actually kind of operating here. We do have a lot of debris floating around. All these debris objects, but we can ignore them. So our relay satellites, they're talking to each other. And they're doing a nice little job of it. Look at that. I like watching the little lines go across each other. Beautiful. Okay. Say bye-bye to debris. I'm going to ignore it for now. You really can't ignore it for the most part. We'll deal with it later, potentially. But for now, it's fine. It's not hurting us. It's not getting in the way. I need to upgrade my research and development complex. That's got to happen. Because if we go to R&D... we've got space exploration, electronics, electrics, and miniaturization, which is good. So we can build stuff, but we can't upgrade past, any of those other technologies till we upgrade our research facilities, right? So that's what's limiting us there. We could do some rescue missions. We did lose Valentina Kerbin early on, which is unfortunate. So we can compensate for that by rescuing more Kerbals. These also pay decent amounts total. So an advance 17,000, and this pays total 48. Looks like. So yeah, let's do the rescue mission. And go from there. We need an unmanned space vehicle, basically. We do have the P reentry module, but we'll use the onion for now. It comes with a blader, which is nice. So I can kind of just drop this through the atmosphere. And 20 units of a blader is enough to get it down. We need some guidance, though. We need some parachutes. Let's put the probe on. Okay. Fuel tank. And an engine. Honestly, that's too big of an engine. And I don't know. We don't have the fuel plate, do we? I don't think we do. At least not yet. No, we don't. Okay. Well, I guess I could just put a Terrier on there. This is a lot cheaper. This is somewhat cheaper. It's fine. We'll make it work. Coupling. And honestly, we'll just go for the bigger fuel tank at that point. Like, let's get the intermediate size fuel tank on there. And then we'll go for the long fuel tanks. I'm going to do 3. And then the swivel. Vacuum performance total 4,000. Let's put another fuel tank on there. Why not? Should that do it? I think it should. Delta V. Thrust to weight ratio 1.3. Yeah, that should do it. Rescue craft 1. And I believe this will auto detach too. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Good news for a mission like this, if there's issues on the ascent, there's nobody in this module. So I don't have to worry about that. Oh, you know what I do have to worry about, though? Revert. I do have to worry about power. That probe core is going to consume electricity. No. Revert. There we go. Okay, electric. There we go. Save launch. There we go. This will get us where we need to go. Throttle up. SAS engaged. Where's our guy, by the way? Matt Dorf's craft's right there. And we've upgraded our tracking station, so we should be able to actually track intercepts to him. And Jebediah freaking Kerman is already in the pod, of course. Jebediah is over here just like, send me up, coach. Any opportunity I can get my hands on to get in a rocket, I'm going to take it. Oh my goodness, Jeb. Get out. Get out. Oy vey. All right. Anything else we need to change with this? I think we're good, right? Throttle up, SAS, launch. Who will control the rocket? That is what this is for. That's what this guy is for right here. I don't want, in case there's issues, I don't want to have a guy on the rocket on the ascent. I just want the empty pod. Okay, so far so good. I'm having a harder time controlling this rocket, though. It's going to need some fins, I think. Hold on, flip. Flip and recover. There we go. Flip and recover. Nope. Flip and recover. Flip and recover. Come on, stop. All right. Fucking frick. Revert to vehicle assembly. We need to put fins on it. We need fins on it. It's not stable. It needs fins. Oh dear, the rocket. I know. We're just losing it. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's this? Are these any good? I don't want to spend extra money on that right now. We're just gonna use the basic fin. I don't need anything fancy. I don't need anything smart. I don't need anything cool. I just need fins. Basic fins. All right. Launch. I know, it's fighting me. It's fighting me tooth and nail. Doesn't want to go up there. All right. All right, here we go. And launch. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stay on course. Thank you. See, is that so hard? Oh, now we're fine. Now we're nice and stable and happy. And as soon as I try to adjust it, it loses control. Loses control. It loses control. We're spinning. We're spinning. We're spinning. And we're back. We're back. We're fine. We're back. All of a sudden. This is going super duper well. Super duper well. Yay. Yay, rockets. Yay. All right, let's throttle way down here. Way, way down here. we go. E5. That's good enough. Okay, gang. Okay. We're in space. We might have lost so much Delta V with all the shenanigans that it's not even gonna work. Or it'll be close. It'll be super close. It's gonna be close. Okay, that's orbit. We've got 100 meters per second of Delta V left to rendezvous and return. If we can do it. I mean, which is not a guarantee at this point, right? It's a big if. I'm also off plane. Just for fun, I'm off plane. So there's a couple maneuvers I'm going to have to do. The first one is going to be the plane change. So we'll start there. We'll start at the plane change and go from there. Of course, I don't have a comms link above that point, so we're going to have to wait. Okay, one of them's in range now. So let's point our rocket north towards the horizon. Do this plane change. That's the most expensive maneuver we have. I don't think I've got the margins for this. Ah! Ah! Let's try. 42 meters per second. Is that enough to deorbit? Let's look. Is it enough to actually get out of orbit? Can I quick save? Save game. Save. This is just an experiment. Yeah, it gets us out of orbit. Load save. Quick save. Load. Okay. I would have hundreds of meters per second of Delta V to work with at this point. But I don't. Because of how this turned out. I don't. So here's what we need to do. Because we've actually almost perfectly matched his orbit. So what we're going to do is we're going to burn prograde just a little bit. Just a little bit. Right? All right. That's 28 meters per second. So here's what I'm going to have to do. We're going to have to do a running... kind of running approach to this guy, basically. Here's what I'm thinking. As my rocket passes, I get out. EVA, right? And I sprint. Using the EVA jetpack, I sprint to catch up to it. And then get on board. We are closing in on him, right? So there's our rocket, and his rocket is getting closer and closer by the orbit. Oh, oh, oh. Fuck me, we just passed him. That last orbit just passed him. We've been in orbit for 3 days. All right, he can hang out for a little longer. All right, we're about opposite. Okay, we're closing in on him. We're just gonna... I'm not gonna go time accelerate again. This has gone on for 9 days now. Chasing each other around and around and around and around and around and around. Here we go. This is where it's starting to get interesting. Intercept right now is 86.3 kilometers. Separation 28.5 with a relative speed of 94. Okay. Okay, so this one puts us past him at this point, right? Okay. So I want to burn prograde ever so slightly. There's one other person watching the stream with you right now. They're just not talking or saying anything. .500-meter intercept. Oop. 1,100-meter intercept. Let's get back to that 500-meter intercept. I can also put a thrust limiter on this for precision. .75 meter per second relative velocity. That is as good as it's going to get. So let's finish this orbit. All right, mapped off EVA. SAS. No. You've got the pack. There we go. Okay. We're starting our jump. This is a long spacewalk right here. All right. All right. I think we might have done it. And he's in. Woo! All right, that was tight on the margins, baby, but we did it. And now I can bring him home. So the goal now is recovery. Let's get us lined up with our retrograde vector. Where is it? Where is it? No, not target. Orbit. There we go. That's prograde. We have 21 meters per second of fuel. Which we are going to have to burn at apoapsis in order to get down. All right, so there we are. That gets us 55. Let's wait till we come around to the dark side of the planet right before we enter into our area. We'll stop it. Let's put that in hibernate for now. Okay. Separate that out. That's prograde. Let's go retrograde, shall we? There we go. Now we are at a bare minimum orbit, so we have as little orbital energy as possible, which means our re-entry heating should be minimal. 20 units of ablator should be enough. Should be. We're about to find out. Very, very slow descent right now. But our periapsis is being dragged down deeper and deeper, which is how I know that the descent is being successful. There's our guy in the little return pod. It's quite spacious, actually. He's got plenty of room in there. Can easily fit 2 more Kerbals, which I think is the point. Nearly there. All right, here comes the heating. And we've bled off quite a bit of energy already. So our orbit is nice and low energy at this point. Our blader is starting to wear off. There's our little Mattdorf hanging in there as we decelerate. Beautiful. All right, we've punched through the atmosphere. And in a few seconds here, we'll deploy the chute. Shoots away. Chute opens. And we're going to come to a nice rolling stop here once we touch the ground. Can we cook eggs with the re-entry heat? Yes. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can cook anything. No. I mean, like, re-entry heat is so extreme that you're not cooking anything when you re-enter. Can I roll? Can I roll this? Ooh, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. EVA. While we're here on the ground, let's get an EVA report from the Highlands. That's great. Recover him. It was stable, and I started rolling it, and it wasn't going to stop rolling, so I just had him bail out. Yeah, it would become... It would be reduced. So it's a plasma, right? And understand that. It's creating a plasma, which means it's not just reducing things to molecules. It is stripping the electrons from those molecules, bringing them back to their atoms. It is literally reducing it to atoms. But we've got Mattdorf Corman successfully, safely on the ground. With that, we have a engineer that is a level 1 engineer because he was in orbit, which makes him a veteran engineer. Compared to our other two, Jeb and Bob, or Bill and Bob Kerman, who are still level 0. They've not actually gotten any flight experience. Bob's gone on a couple ground missions, but that's about it for him. So we're doing pretty good overall. Let's look and see if there's anything new. Science data from space around Kerbal. Let's do this one, because we can do this one without even launching anything, which is super convenient. And then we'll have to do our rendezvous mission. That's going to be the next logical step. But we'll probably save that for a future live stream. For now, let's just get the science data, right? Now, the convenient thing about that kind of mission is I can just go to a satellite I have in orbit of Kerbal with scientific equipment on board. Take a survey, transmit it, does the contract. No additional hardware required for launch. And I've got the money, right? So transmit and recover data from science from space around Kerbal. Select log temperature, transmit. Done. Boom. Contract clear. Space Center. Easy peasy. Those kind of contracts are easy peasy. That's what we want to see, is contracts like that. And if we get another similar contract, transmit data from science collected around the moon, something like that, I've got satellites around the moon that are already ready to do that as well. Science data from the surface of the moon, perfect example. Go ahead and accept that, because we've got a lander on the surface of the moon ready to go. Makes it nice and simple. So let's just go to the moon. Let's go to the moon. There's our lander. Control him. Hopefully it doesn't bounce or do anything crazy when I switch to him. Should be fine. Really, it should be fine. Yeah, see, it's fine. And it does have that. Transmit. Boop, done. Another contract, just like that. We're knocking contracts out One at a time. Nice and easy. And that's all because we laid the groundwork with previous missions, which is important. So between those two, we should have almost 350,000. Any other funny little contracts like that? No. So there's geosynchronous orbit of Kerbal. Would be another option. This one requires a larger payload, but gives a better reward. Almost 100,000. New probe for that. Rescue Barvin from orbit. We're going to hold off on rescue missions for a second. We'll probably come back to those. Real quick, look, is there anything else worth upgrading? Runway. Let's go ahead and upgrade the runway. So we have a paved runway now, which is nice. Conduct atmospheric surveys. I think those are on the opposite side of the planet, though. Some tourists want to go on a suborbital flight. This one wants to go suborbital and orbital. Okay. No thanks. Here we go. Position Moonsat in an adjusted orbit of the moon. That's what I was talking about. We can go and do kind of follow-on contracts after we launch our initial rocket. So in this case, Moonsat over here. They just want, and it's not even a hard change, right? Take Moonsat. And we just need to bring his apoaps down. That's super easy. Such an easy contract to take on. And it'll pay like 20,000. So that's what we got to look for. We got to look for contracts like these where we can just make little things, little adjustments to help save up money. Because we're going to be strapped for cash big time. Oh, overshot already. That's fine. Okay. And we've completed that. Nice and easy. Maintain stability. Done. We call this continuous operations. So it's not new operations anymore. We're now in continuous operations. We've got missions. We've got hardware out there in space. And we're continuing to operate it. We're not just setting and forgetting it anymore. And then here we go again. So same deal. This one pays 11,000 to adjust its orbit. We'll take that. We're going to do this last little adjustment mission real quick, and then we're going to be done for today for this live stream. It is getting late. I am tired. Let's see. Where is it? So they want us to bump it out a little bit. Yeah, they do. Polar set to slightly higher orbit. Slightly higher. Just a little bump out. Okay. Let's go map view. There we go. Oh, wait, no, this doesn't have any fuel. Oh, no, I've got to cancel this contract. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I forgot I didn't put fuel on these. Shoot. Okay, that's going to cost us some rep because we made a decision about those rockets that it's now coming back to me. We didn't put fuel tanks on those rockets because I wanted to do the twofer. So the Polar Sats 1 and 2 are not changing orbits. Which means I have to cancel that contract. Which sucks. So I need to go cancel this. Luckily, because it was such a small contract, the fees for canceling it aren't going to break the bank. But anyway, whatever. I think that's where we're going to leave the live stream anyway. We've made good progress. We've gotten to the moon. We've put a lander on the moon and gotten a lot of science out of it. Now we need money. So the next mission will be the rendezvous mission. Rendezvous 2 vessels in orbit of the moon. And I can do that by just sending up another rocket to rendezvous with the satellite that's already up there. But I think I want to send a Kerbal on this next mission. So Jebediah is going to get some more flight time, it looks like. But I hope everyone has enjoyed the stream who's watched it. If you're watching the recording of it, then I hope you enjoyed it as well. And I will see you guys in a future live stream. We'll do a little bit more Kerbal Space Program and see how much farther we can go in the next one. Until then, I want you all to have blessed weeks, blessed days, and take care, everyone.